Hey everyone, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. So today we're going to be playing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Actually, I wasn't planning on streaming today. I was kind of really tired earlier in the day, and I had a bit of a sleep. But then I woke up, and then I was just sitting on my computer, and I load up Steam, and I'm like, oh, what's going on Steam? And I look at the store page, and on the front of the store page is Ace Attorney. And I'm like, what the hell? A new Ace Attorney game? Or I guess this is an old one that never made it to English, but now it's like in English and on Steam. So I'm just like super hyped now, and I'm like, holy shit, I need to play this. And so I figured, look, I'm gonna play it anyway. Maybe it's not that far past my usual stream time, so you know what? Let's just stream it. Why not? And I guess if you're sort of interested in this game, then it might be spoilers, but so feel free to not watch if you don't want to be spoiled. If you want to play the game yourself, that's totally fine. But yeah, we're gonna play it through. So let me stop this music here, and we'll get the game running. Hey, look at me! So welcome to the stream. How's it going? It's good to have you here. All right, so I don't know how loud this is going to be when I start up, so I'm just going to mute my desktop sound here for a bit while I get it running. I literally just downloaded it during the 10-minute startup there. Okay, yeah, it's asking me to do some weird things, which is annoying. Okay, I might need to change some settings here as well. Oh, it is a little bit loud. It's not too bad. All right. So this is like, I think there might be multiple games here because it's called Chronicles and not just the Great Ace Attorney. I did. Okay, yeah, that is a bit loud. Just a second. All right, let me change the options here. Oh, nice. Excellent. The sound options are on or off, so I'm going to have to manually change it in the mixer. Just a second. Okay, how's that? There you go. That doesn't sound too bad. Let me know if that sounds all right. And let me just set up the screen here, and then I'll capture it. Yeah, it looks like it's a port from whatever console it was on, and probably does not really have any good settings here. Oh, no, it has some. Okay, it has some settings here. Okay. Yep. There we go. Okay, that works. Sweet. So let me go capture the scene real quick, and then we'll go straight into it. All right, where is it? Here we go. I really need to change how I manage my scenes here, because there is a better way to do it, but I've just got what I've got right now. Alright, Ace Attorney. This game series is one of my favorite game series of all time. And not only that, but it's there's just so much that's good about it. Like good music. Here we go. Good music. Great characters. Let me fix this up. The art design, particularly, like the character design in this game, is insanely good. The game series. I don't know about this game in particular, but the game series. Alright, so that looks all lined up. And now put it in the folder. Alright. We are ready to go. Oh man. Just hearing this motif. This, like, different version. Because I think this one's set in the past. Like, it's not set in a modern setting, unlike the other Ace Attorneys. And so it's got a different, like, soundscape to it. But it's still got that dun 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 little motif going on. Oh, it's so good. Alright, select adventure, let's get going. Oh, I'm so fucking hyped for this already. So the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Oh, here we go. So there's Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. So that's I guess it. There's two games in the pack. So we got 2 games to get through. Okay, cool. Let's see what's going on.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation.
Wish you could turn the voice sound up a bit.
The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
But the sound options are just on or off, unfortunately. Oh no! Whoa, look at that guy's fucking head. Like, the silhouettes in this game
But
are just
for
really
one
good.
man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Oh no! Obviously he's been framed and he wasn't the actual killer. Alright. 22nd of November, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants, Antechamber 5. They still, like, set it up exactly like the modern thing. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. He's not obligated to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Yeah, Naruhodo. So that's actually Phoenix Wright's name in the Japanese version. Isn't Phoenix Wright, of course. It's, actually, I can't remember what his first name is, but his last name is Naruhodo. So instead of Wright. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. And look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course, sorry. Classic Phoenix Wright type character here. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I have never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. Ha ha ha. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Ah. Though, I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean? I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Yeah, we got a bro on our side. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend, and also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. I'm not sure that's how it works, but I love that he's just, like, reading his mind here. He's, like, responding to Ryunosuke's thoughts. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma, truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Flashback mode. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know, I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and success in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about a change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. I wonder if he's like using random English words here in the Japanese version of the game. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. I have no idea who this is. Asogi, may I have a word? Who is it? Whoa. Oh, it's like the Maya Fey character of this one. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me, but never mind that for now. Asogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see, I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke, I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. Alright. It's about to begin. Who's this dude? This is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yuji Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? Dun dun dun, that's right. But I don't understand, why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas studies. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favourable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand, once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Oh, of course not. Oh wait, who was saying what? Fuck, I think I fucked up that. History, who said that line? Oh, that was Ryunosuke. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! I guess we're not going to know in classic Ace Attorney style that something's going to happen to stop you knowing the answer. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are about to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. So I'm guessing the question's about whether or not you accept a particular person as your attorney or something. This is it. If the trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. Well, those are both bad things, I suppose. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. Or maybe do you tend to defend yourself? Yeah, probably something like that, yeah. My one and only chance for improving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny. Classic. 22nd of November, 9 AM, Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. Here we go. So this is a courtroom. He's freaking out. There we are. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I mean, why are we at the Supreme Court, though? I don't much like the look of these people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that be have determined that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time, but for now... You need to concentrate, Yunosuke. It's about to begin. Now, if they actually make me say I do quick, that's going to be annoying. Here we go. He's like the Winston of this game. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Yeah, this is great. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I'm obliged to ask for the final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? That's a good one. That's a good one. It made it sound like it was like a yes or no question, like a do you or do you not question. But if you say I do in response to this, then yep, you do end up defending yourself. This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... Hey, what if you say like, I do, which doesn't sound like I do, right? Like that's a different thing you're saying there, even though it's the same words. Alright, well, I mean, I don't want to say I do, because like, I want my friend to defend me. I'm innocent. I trust him. I know he can defend me. I'm gonna wait and see. Well, I just mean it's like it's like a silly thing. Like, what if you have an intonation that doesn't indicate that you're saying that? Who knows? Kazuma is the lawyer here. I can't defend myself. If I said I do, it would be tantamount to lying. And I've been accused of murder, for goodness sakes. This is no time for lies. Try to stop from fidgeting, Ryunosuke. It's distracting. But if I don't say I'll defend myself now, things could end very badly for my friend. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. He does it anyway. You'll be... What? Is he actually going to do it? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything, just now before trial. He did what? He said that if your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you would lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. That's what I said, I trust my bro. You think I won't be able to get you off? No, it's not that, really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you're just too much of a nice guy. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel, really?
Objection!
Objection! Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. I love that he's speaking for me right now instead. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Huh? Oh, yeah, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Yeah, shouldn't he have left by now? I guess he's now the assistant instead of the representative. So technically, if we lose, he won't get in trouble. I don't know. Huh. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated the most heinous crime indeed. As you're no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Well, it's pretty clear that Mikotoba is actually the murderer, right? Because he's trying to he's the dude trying to convince you to screw yourself over. Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning more than I am. So let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with a press of RB. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all there. Let me press it. It's not letting me press it. I just have to press RB for the court record? Alright, there's no time to lose. Bam, court record, here we go. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with RB. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press B to go back. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on, so let's read the court record. Okay. So, University collar pin, proof that I'm a student at Imperial Yume University. I always wear it on my collar of my uniform jacket. Post-mortem report. Death occurred at a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Victim, John H. Wilson, male, British, time of death, 19th October, shortly after 2 p.m. Cause of death, single bullet fired at close range, fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballista trauma. No exit wound. The bullet did not pass through the body. I bet there's going to be like a photo with a bullet in it or something. People. Kazuma Osogi, he's 23. second year at the Imperial Yume University. He's my best friend, and despite being a student, a qualified defense lawyer as well. Yuji Mikotowa. Medical school professor at the Imperial Yume University. He's an authority in forensic medicine and Kazun's mentor, so he could have forged the documents as well. Taketsuchi Aochi. The lead professor of this case, who would appear to have a little love for the changes the Cultural Reformation has brought about. John H. Wilson, the victim of this case, he was visiting a professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. Cool. Alright, let's see if we can remember his name. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press Y to present it. Try now.
Yes!
Let's go. Yes! The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson.
Haha. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university.
Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. As most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation.
And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor?
But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly, our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Uh-oh. He was also apparently holding a gun. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. I bet he said partner there in English in the Japanese version. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. He didn't think anything. He didn't think anything. Wait. There he is. There's the dude. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still. I should go and say hello. Wait, he just said... What the fuck? He just said he's heard his name a billion times. Like, in the last 3 days, maybe? I guess it must have heard it in a billion times in the last 3 days. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death? Well, obviously that was, Yunosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death, and select present. Do it now. I mean, there's the post-mortem report, but it's not really the cause of death itself, but
Yes!
we'll present that. Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later.
This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, Consul. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. A fucking photo. The photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. So let's have a look at the photo. So we see a bullet hole in the jacket there. There's no exit wound that we can see on the other side, at least. So maybe that's not going to be relevant yet. And the bullet didn't go through, and it was at point blank. Well, this is, a long time ago, so it's probably a pretty... And at least in the cutscene, the pistol looked pretty crappy. So it's it could just be a very, very low caliber crappy pistol. Alright, we'll see what happens. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well, I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better appraise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened.
Ah, this is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind.
The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba?
Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me, but that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant.
Ah, of course.
When he was speaking to me before, he simply said, Kazuma Osogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe he's not the bad guy, who knows? But I don't know. Sounds like he is so far. It would be totally Ace Attorney style for him to be the bad guy. Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is, rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. That crazy headband. Here it is, the waiter. Waiter dude.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please.
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonoga. I am the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called Le Carnaval.
He just fucking bled out his mouth.
Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, The character animation is, and character acting is so good. It is a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really, really should. He's got tuberculosis or something.
As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some time ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago.
Or a bullet stuck in his throat, yeah, maybe. Understood, Hosonaga-san. You will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir.
And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please.
Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. Bam! A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair,
and standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Yes! Why did he say yes? Why did he say yes? Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him. I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But...
The next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you'll be penalized, Defendant Naruto. Don't worry, Yunosuke, you'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must quietly listen to the witness.
If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today.
Yes, without a question.
I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim?
No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student.
Huh? Wait, what did he just say?
There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Yunosuke?
That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table.
Really?
And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Well, won't we be able to do cross-examination? Well, we can just wait for cross-examination. I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject.
Yunosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would digitally get to work, aren't you?
I suppose I am. I had never gotten into university otherwise.
But you can't always follow the rules in life, you know. If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty.
Why wouldn't I just do this in why wouldn't I just do this in fucking the cross-examination? Alright, you've scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just gonna shut my eyes and say it. Yes! I don't know why he says yes. Reminds me of XL Saga. I actually think XL Saga might have done a parody. Oh, you mean the bleeding mouth thing? The girl dying every 2 seconds. Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw.
Hosonoga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone.
I don't believe it. I actually had a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Here it is.
Let me see. A sketch of the establishment layout drawn by yourself, I presume.
That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Wait, what? How can we see that? Well, you're very clearly conscientious, Reda. A bit too conscientious, if you ask me.
Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence.
Well...
Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once.
Yeah, who does that? Yeah. Of course, here you are. Yeah, bit sus, a little bit sus. Why? I mean, maybe he's really into like court. Maybe he's really into mystery novels, and he's like, oh, here's my chance to be part of, some crime thing. I'm gonna, make some evidence or something. There have been characters that do that before in Ace Attorney where like they submit their own evidence and they get super excited about being in a court case, and then it looks like they're actually the bad person when it turns out their evidence is dodgy, but then it turns out actually they're just like super excited or something. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. I want to see the other side of that business card. I want to see who this dude is. So, the court has now heard the process of the case. All right, let's have a look. So, kitchen entrance, and he's marked this dude here, but like, how does that say that he's seated alone? Because there's no one else marked down here, but he said there was 3 other tables occupied. So I'm going to provide this as evidence. Look, you can see his name actually in the background. You can see it there. See there? You can see the fade through from behind. But anyway, I reckon you can present this when he said there was 3 tables occupied, because he's just marked one dude here. Like, he hasn't even marked down Ryunosuke. Where the fuck's Ryunosuke in this map? So very strange. We can't flip it. Actually, can we like examine anything here with the magnifying glass? No? Okay, that's fine. Okay. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order... Wait, an unsworn witness? What? As an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense if you're determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do? What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? This guy's a dodgy prosecutor. Yeah, he always is. Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You've said it. Professor Mikotoba has said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing to throw away that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then the defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. If the waiter is not a sworn witness, he should be thrown out. Yeah, so I think that because usually they have the detective come in and describe the scene. I'm guessing they're having the witness describe the events, and that maybe he's not a sworn witness, but it doesn't really make sense. It's whatever. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Yeah. Indeed. Prosecutor Aochi, please continue with proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I need to be. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witnesses. Witnesses? There's 2 of them? Is it like a set of twins? Very well, officer. Bring forth the witnesses at once. Get them all on stage at the same time. Oh yeah, there's 2 of them. Oh, check out these dudes. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Iesa Nosa reporting for duty, sir.
Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the what the fuck is that word? Efflorescence of our nation, Nippon. And conduct my trade in Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Curio Korekuta, at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing.
Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question.
They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned, which weren't marked on the map for some reason. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon. And, not infrequently, converse with the interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at Le Carnaval. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques, and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets Le Carnaval because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer.
Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearms, sir. This man's impossible to understand as the other. Antique Japanese, yeah. But I'm almost sure I heard the strange noise during that last thing he said. Yeah, there was like a baby sound. The fuck was that? So this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Damn. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You'll state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir. Standing by to report, sir. He must have a baby on his back in a satchel. That's what the sachet thing is that he's got on. He must have like a swaddling on his back. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. Witness testimony, double witness testimony. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's action with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Well, there's the first contradiction. Obviously was not from the back. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Okay, so he didn't see shit. What's the point of that dude being here? Well, so you, Sergeant Nossa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. Holy shit, he just fucking brought a fucking Tanto into court. What the fuck? What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. So wait, he didn't even hear the gunshot? I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it.
So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, bang! Oh, okay. So that presumably that wasn't the gun, but you know, there's no there's probably no way that they can like, because this is in the past, there's no way they can like match up bullets or whatever. So, well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now. As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony of the court has just heard. Eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. Yes! I declare this trial yes! I love that he just like puts his hand up like he's a student. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? The defense demands the right to cross-examination. Dong, dong, dong. Dear me, let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How did he know? The prosecution objects. It is clear this is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is asserting its right to cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it, is irrelevant. Kazuma is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means what the soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now, let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. You can do this. I love he like puts his hands down, he's like, was that the right thing to do? He has to like check. Alright then, it's all or nothing. Let's go. We can do it. We can do it, guys. Alright. What the witnesses saw. Okay, so we've read all this before. So the clear thing we have to present is when he says that basically there was. Well, should I press everything just to get the extra combo? No, I know what to do. It's fine. He says the black uniform varsity cadet fired on the English civilian and from the back the cowardly little weasel. Obviously false. Because the photographic print shows he was shot from the front, and actually even the post-mortem report... Oh no, the post-mortem report didn't say it, but the photo did. So let's present the photo. Oh, do I have to choose... Oh no, I can just present it. Yes! I hope he starts saying object soon. What are you playing at, cadet? What's the meaning of this subordination thrusting some photographic print in my mustache? Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There is a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we didn't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. This is so frustrating. Oh, please.
Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. This is classic, like, Phoenix Wright bluff of, "That's so obvious, guys, don't you just know it?" Kazuma, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here. With the sergeant's statement. Oh, I know what'll happen. The military guy will say, "Oh, it was like a through shot, so that's why you can see it from the front." But then you'll present the autopsy saying it wasn't a through shot. What? Sergeant Iesa Nosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniform varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
Yes. But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Ah. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Here's the baby. Look, you can see the baby. Cute. What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. I bet the baby will have some kind of relation to why he was distracted and didn't properly see what happened. Probably the shot goes off. He like glances over, but then the baby starts crying, so he starts tending to the baby. I bet that'll be his explanation. Certainly, there's a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixated on the delicious Le Carnival steak, sir. Are you sure it wasn't on the kid? What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Iesa Nosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd. I think the conclusion you must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Yeah. All right. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial just from that one discrepancy. Hell yeah. We can do it. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet over here, he was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
Yes, I was. Why do you say this? Why do you say this if you're scared? But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. Huh. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you even doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? He's about to smash his fucking thing. Indeed, the Hoe Era Koban, my prized coin. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Rasute, in the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, I was to the military man that I proffered my Hoe treasure. Believed that he would purchase such a rare find, I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more, simply vanished. Hey, maybe the military dude stole it. The Koban vanished? Hunting around under the table I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there, and then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but heeded it not, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoy treasure. I can't believe that he, paid no attention to a fucking gunshot. Nothing could distract me. Are you sure about that? Stuffed in the baby's clothes when he was not looking at who shot the guy. Yeah. Well, the gunshot was like a good distraction or something. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoy Korban was lost to me. No doubt, son. Look, he's looking away. He's looking away. It's totally this fucker. No doubt, some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. Guilty. You looked away. That means guilty. That's how I do. That's how I run the court. Oh shit! I missed that. I think, as I'm sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Jeez, that's fucking quick. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has heard was inconclusive. So therefore guilty, right? That's how this works. No matter how subservient our government feels, it must be to the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Aochi? Sounds like a Klingon god, yeah. Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Ah. Very well. The court invites the witness to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. I guess. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out of your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosso family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Aido. Huh. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. He's too strapped to afford a nanny. That's why he stole the thing. Aido tension. Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Look at which character these animations have. I fucking love it. Or maybe the kid just took it. Maybe. I'm pretty sure this guy took it though. Probably the hint about him not being able to afford a nanny is the clue there. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. Fuck. These tests. I didn't even get to read it. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
Maybe she paid them like $1 billion to like not report on her. Because like they said, like the guy peddling his wares, he's obviously not that rich. He's only at the restaurant to like sell stuff to rich people. The sergeant clearly needs money. He probably stole that antique. You know, the waiter, who knows how good the waiter is. You know, he's probably not well off either. So it could be that she paid them all. Yeah, exactly. To drink tea, because tea is probably the cheapest thing there. So he's not well to do. If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, Counsel? Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearances of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. Okay, we got new evidence. So let's have a look at this evidence. I don't understand. Let's have a closer look. So we've got a half-eaten steak. Looks kind of nice. Looks really nice. We've got a wine, some flowers, an empty seat, and no other setting. The seat's turned around like it was in the... other photo. It doesn't mean he was facing the other direction for some reason. That's weird. Is there any difference between this one and the other one? Can't really see behind this thing here. But wait a second, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, basically 4 rows of those little cubes. And there's like a bite in it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, there's a 5th row here. The fuck? Is that actually a discrepancy there? This should have a bite in it there. Like right there should be a bite in it. So that... And this one doesn't show the other side of the table. So this I reckon, this is a completely different table. Actually, there's 2 places set here. And all of them show 4. So I guess there's no 2 places set at any of the other ones. He was apparently set there. So a photograph from this angle should show, what, 2 other tables? Oh, it just showed 2 other tables, so... It might not be like they swapped tables. But they could have swapped places or something. Like, there's nothing to say necessarily that this is his setting. But they're clearly not the same steak. I don't know if that's they fucked up and didn't put the right picture in. Because usually the clues are a little bit more obvious than that, but we'll see. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. I mean, she looks well-to-do, so I bet she bribed him all. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came... And it also explains why the waiter made that evidence. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well, but that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies that we've just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Taketsuchi Aochi, have contributed to the enmity of these 2 great empires is an honor. No! How can this be happening? The judge is ready to... Oh, hey, Adrian Strider, thank you so much for the raid. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. What were you up to? Oh, The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. Nice. How's it going? That's a fun game. We're playing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles here, which just came out on the PC. I don't know if you're familiar with the Ace Attorney games, but it's a
crazy set of games where you try to defend people in court. I just started it. We're in the first case. But it is if it's a game that you want to third time playing through it, damn, that's awesome. Do you play on like a challenge mode or something? Do you like try and challenge yourself, or you just love playing the game? Oh, Worm. It's on PC too. I literally just loaded up Steam tonight, and I saw it there, and I'm like, holy shit! I wasn't even planning on streaming tonight, and I'm like, fuck it, I have to get this game right now. Ace Attorney is my favorite series, so if you don't want to be spoiled, get out of here. Although it is the first case, so it's not a huge deal. But yes, I fucking love Ace Attorney so much, and yeah, that's what we're doing. So yeah, thank you so much for the raid, though. I really appreciate it. The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Rinosuke. It's not over yet. What? Yeah, I gotta advance. Need to play this. Yeah. Have fun with it. They're awesome. If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now's your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witness, but make it quick, understood? Rules can be so unbending at times. Alright, let's see. I think we're definitely going to have to press someone on this one. There's no immediately obvious problem with the testimony, but we'll see. So they initially said, even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment of the firearm was dispatched, almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young one black, not much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniform cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out. And that's it. So, what does Kazuma say? What do you think of Rinosuke? What's the matter? I can't find anything. I can't find any clear discrepancy anywhere. I'm done for. I can't win this trial. No. Listen, the first thing to do is calm down. You can't expect witnesses' statements to be full of holes every time. So just take your time and try to tease more information out of them first. What do you mean? You can choose to either press or present against each of the witness statements. If a witness is saying something you're suspicious about, press him about it with LB. With a little luck, you may get more details, which could prove to be crucial. Right, I see. The important point is, there's no sense in holding back. If anything even slightly jars with you, press the witness on it, and press them hard. Alright, got it. I'll press them like blocks of tofu. The professor wasn't alone in the restaurant, I'm sure of it. And one way or another, this cross-examination is going to prove I'm right. Time to press them for all they're worth. My fate depends on it. Alright. So, I think... So we don't really question that he, had the gun, and I guess maybe was pointing it. We don't know if he was actually pointing it, but good enough, close enough that he was pointing it. So the thing we want to press really is that this visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that they're the only personnel present. Yes! So let's press that and see if we can get some more details. You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there. As you have been at pains to point out time and time again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. If only there'd been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened, the quiet time in between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course, the place was almost empty, is what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. Oh, here we go. Maybe we can get something out of this. Well, speaking of food, I might actually have to order some food. This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It's a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at the clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Huh. What the clinic? Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 a.m.
Huh. The very day of the incident. So, the victim went for a lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I'm sure it will have some bearing. I wonder, what do you think, Ryunosuke? Huh? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical card to be submitted as evidence? Yes, of course. Always. Always more evidence. He puts up his hand. If I may, I'd like to ask for that the medical record card be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movement prior to his arrival at the restaurants are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they're of concern is up to us to decide. We have the right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well, the court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's almost it's a most disturbing trend. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report to the court record. Yeah, we got it. Medical report has been added to the court record. Let's go. What we need right now is new clues. Let's see what it says. Okay, there's going to be something major in here, right? Oh no, it just says medical report card. From Hotta Clinic that was found in the victim's pocket. Oh wait, it was found in the victim's pocket. Where's his pocket? Where's his fucking pocket? Is it on his... Is it like his... down here? His jacket pocket? I mean, usually there's like more details in there. Like, you can examine it, but this one doesn't have anything to examine. It just says it's a medical report card. But it'll probably come in use later. This guy was dying. He's the guy who needs to go. Oh yeah, I guess he's dying, so like, he probably needs money because he's dying. Alright. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. Huh. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you've forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korikuta-san. Okay, so he says it as well. So let's press that as well, and we might get something here. So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. I mean, he looks like he's blind. That I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. I mean, those don't match, as can clearly be seen. There is only a single beef steak on the victim's table, a meal for one. No. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before, it's not impossible that they're all lying. Plus, maybe the lady just didn't eat anything. But if so, then why? Remember, it was 2 p.m., right? So they did say, you know, it's a time when people aren't usually, like, having lunch. He probably needed to have lunch, and she met him there to, like, you know, just talk to him or something. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out.
Yes!
Let's just push everything now. Why aren't you telling the truth? That's a good retort there. What did you say, cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, that's just not possible. They're looking away. Fucking liars. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Nuttledore, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said the victim was alone. That's right.
Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But if such a woman were indeed present on the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It's a blatant waste of the court's time.
There's nothing I can say to that.
Shush.
Alright. Excellent work, Yunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card. Can we actually look at it now? They're not letting me look at it. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence, so perhaps we should examine it. Oh, they're going to teach us how to examine it now. That's why we couldn't. You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press A, and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use this to rotate it, yeah! Now I can do the proper investigations to rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. By using this... Yeah, I get it, holy shit. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press A to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. I did try to do that. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use this and that to inspect the areas of evidence that look suspicious. Okay, so, you can see here, what's that? Can't find anything out of place. What's this? It's been folded. Here we go. Why has it been folded though? Oh, cool. Let's have a look. So this is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Wait a second. That proves that he can't have been eating the fucking steak. Because he just had an extraction of molar. There's no way you come out of a fucking doctor's appointment with extraction of molar and then go eat a fucking steak. You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure. Until anesthetic effects are well. There you go. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. There you go. Classic. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. There you go. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. That one's fine. That one's fine. Furthermore, visuals, yeah, only present. Dining by himself. So this one's wrong because he wasn't dining. He wasn't dining. He was just sitting there, I guess. So let's present that.
Yes!
Alright. I think I am going to order some foods. At some point I'm going to have to go AFK to pick it up, but that might be in like 20 minutes. Well, I think, what are you whittling about? Wittering? What? Wait, what? About what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could, but first and foremost, here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke, everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under certain circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have the choice. Choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright, and thanks for the advice. Korekuta-san, this is the medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up. Dear me, dear me. Have you forgotten my words, son, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain it in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's, Remember, Ryosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard are clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all. For the simple reason that there is no one else beside this pale-faced people. Oh, I didn't get to read it. This medical report has nothing to do with the case? Hardly. Do you really believe that? What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hotta Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted? What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating. Uh-oh. Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't. Korekuta-san. What, boy, what? As you just heard, when he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of anesthetic. Oh shit! Expertly done, partner. Oh yeah! We did it! Objection! What is this nonsense, you little upstart? I love this. These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. As you can clearly see, the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic?
How dare you?
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant's case have turned because they've been turned around. Wouldn't you agree, Ryosuke? Huh? Yes, most definitely. So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one crucial conundrum. Who was in fact eating the pictured beefsteak? Can't believe they off what's on case 1. Yeah. That's right, yeah. The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. No? Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it, so, Alright, just let me check a few things. Okay, that's good. The person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... me! The as of yet unknown third party. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table. You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person. There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything, yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. So maybe the discrepancy in the steak pictures actually doesn't come into it. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was someone else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that this witness testimonies are unreliable. Hey, buddy Coffee Kitten, how's it going? I didn't realize that you said it there. Welcome to the stream. For some reason I thought it was Wikimizo. Back for the turnabout, just alignment. Yeah, man, the turnabout music is so good. The court decides to push through a ruling at this stage. We will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly. Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have an issue with them, those two witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. Okay, my food is on the way, so in like 5 minutes I'm gonna go AFK for 5 minutes. We've determined with evidence the victim was not alone, so if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you'll be charged with perjury. Perjury? And, since this is a murder trial, you'll also be deemed complicit in the killing. Damn! Complicit in murder? No! Yeah. Hold it. Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. Ah, I see, they fucking conspired. I was just following orders. That's right, it's as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewomen. That's what they, told us. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, you fucked it. Oh. What? What did you just say, Korekuta-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders? Now hold on, lad. I was, say you never saw the gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What? Objection! What? What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Oh shit. Just one. I like how they keep the honorifics when the fan translation didn't. They only complaint is the name change for the characters. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I didn't go through any of the fan stuff. Order. Counsel, please explain what's going on here. I refuse to acknowledge Wilson and Sholmes. Fair enough. It's painfully clear now. You try to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? Well, that's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as conspirators to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Okay, I'm gonna go AFK for 5 minutes. I need to go pick up my food real quick. So let me just go to the AFK screen. I'll be back very shortly. Alright, let me see. Where's my AFK screen? Be right back. Yeah.
Alright, I'm back. I got my food now. I got some Subway. So, I mean, my theory here... I'm speaking away from the mic here, but my theory here is that probably the lady did it. I mean, that's seeming pretty obvious. And she looks like, you know, if she's an English lady. And she's probably well off. So my guess is she paid them off, including the waiter. The waiter made that diagram as like part of the, you know, the part of the plot to get away with it. He probably has tuberculosis and needs money for his family. You know, the soldier needs money for his kid. The old guy is clearly poor and just trying to sell shit. You know, so they all have a reason to do that sort of stuff. Excuse me while I'm eating here. So, I'm pretty sure it's her. But I wonder how she's going to get in the story, because usually they make the criminal take a stand, and then you have to cross-examine the criminal. And so far, she hasn't even entered the story at all. But I think the good outcome here is that, you know, because she's not a Japanese citizen, it's not going to cause an issue with the you know, the relationship between England and Japan. Got me some meatball Subway. So chat, if you have a typical order from Subway, what is it? I myself don't really have like a typical one. I sort of like mix it up here and there, but meatball is a good staple. I'm just going to try and scoff it down here so we can get back to the game. Yeah, yeah, potentially. There's probably some wider conspiracy going on, because there usually is some overarching story in this where, like, yeah, there's some crazy shit going on. Let's have a look at the court record real quick. Well, with the closed court and only the military and government allowed to attend. Yeah. But I'm guessing that maybe when they find out that it's actually a woman, the judge will order them to go capture the woman and bring her here, and then she'll testify. And then we'll have to cross-examine her then. Because they've done that before, where like they find out about another party, and then they say, quickly, go get her. Or whatever. Or go get him, whoever it is. I wonder when this evidence is going to come into it. I guess when the lady testifies, maybe we use this one. I'm still wondering about that thing though, like, this one's bitten. Like here. But it's not in this other picture. So I wonder if that's actually a clue or not. Maybe the waiter had some sort of attack and could not have drawn it. What do you mean? Oh, you mean the coughing attack or something? It also says it was caused by blood loss, but they did say it was just like the policeman just saying, "Oh, it looks like blood loss," so I guess he's not necessarily right, but... Well, I guess if you're losing like a lot of blood really fast, then you can die very quickly from a gunshot, I suppose. Got some olives as well. Love olives. Yeah, I still don't understand that diagram.
Like, what kind of evidence is that? It's like, hey guys, I have proof. I'll have a look at a picture in a sec, but it's like, you know, I have proof. I have proof that the guy was sitting there. Here, I drew a diagram, and I drew a diagram showing that only he was sitting there, and that's it. It's like, so the fuck what, right? Literally anyone could just draw a diagram and say, only he was there, that's what I said. It's basically just reiterating what you said in the form of a picture. Or drawing, rather. Not really proof, or evidence of any kind. Maybe that's the point of this card, though, is just to have physical evidence representative of the waiter saying he was the only dude there or something, I don't know. Alright, let's have a look. I mean, it doesn't seem like much blood, but he's got like a lot of layers on. He's got like a vest. It looks like a jumper or something underneath that. So he's probably in a shirt, probably. So like, maybe you can't see it. I don't know. There's no blood on the chair either. The map doesn't seem to make any sense at all. What makes? Yeah, exactly. It doesn't make any sense. I actually thought that was going to be the first contradiction when he said there was like 3 tables. People at 3 tables, but then he only marked 1 X. Also, he put 4 chairs on there, but there's only 2 chairs on this one, so. But I don't know if those like discrepancies there actually matter. I have no idea. Alright. There you go, I'm done. Speed eating. Yeah, we might actually have to go back to the waiter. Because we've disproved these twins, they'll say, oh, but the waiter said you were the only one there, so yeah, we have to go back and do that one. No, let me just have another drink. Alright, let's go. You're not scared, judging from the way they're reacting to this. I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Alchi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Are you saying it's not the lady, then? Well, any ideas at who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves that whoever it really did this... Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly? Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Have we done that on any other ones? Let's have a look then. First, let's look at this, just for fun. Ah, the symbol of Yume University. Every student wears this pin with pride. It's funny, but most emblems either seem to be round or rectangular. I like this spike design, even though it doesn't really make any sense. Although, it does cause problems. Lots of students end up cutting their fingers on the badges. Perhaps it was the idea of some of the founders. A sharp pin for a sharp mind or something. Oh, this is like his code. My personal student number is engraved on the back here. If you lose your pin, they won't accept you as Yume student at the university. You may not come in, they say. Of course, you can get a new pin made if you just tell them your number. I actually lost mine twice already, oh god damn it. I still don't know my student number by heart, jeez dude. I always say to myself, I mustn't forget to write it down somewhere, but then I forget not to forget that. God damn, you're not scared. Okay. Same one. Okay. We can't like actually... Wait, we can examine it, but there's not like a thing. It's not like a rotation thing. Can't rotate that one. Here we go. Here we go. Holy shit. Holy shit. Look at this. Look at this. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What the fuck? Why would he write this on his... He was in such a hurry to invent evidence that's not even useful that he wrote it on his business card and told everyone that it was his business card. What an idiot. How dumb can you be? Alright, well, we got him now. Oh, yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. The waiter said it was his. Yeah, exactly. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe.
Please, wait. Your Excellency, I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing.
And what does the defense have to say about all this, Well, Your Excellency, no time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Or you can just look at the evidence. Come on, dude. Here we go. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witness is Satoru Hosonaga. Let's go.
Yes!
This guy. Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san, the waiter who took the stand earlier. Maybe that's why he wasn't sworn, because he didn't want to be under oath, pretending to be a waiter when he's actually a policeman. Poppycock! What possible reason could the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were? Come on, Urinosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity as proven by this evidence. The waiter's business card, let's go. Yes! Pretty shitty evidence, and he fucked himself on it. I'm not sure what this is supposed to prove, Consul. I think, Your Excellency, that what this proves is not the true nature of the waiter, but the true nature of the accused. Sorry? A blackguard who would stoop to presenting irrelevant evidence to incriminate an innocent man. And this is the true nature of this rookie. Wait, it didn't work? What the fuck? Did I present the wrong thing? Wait, what? Did I present the wrong thing? Oh wait, did I not examine it? I just saw the text at the bottom. I think what happened is when I looked at this, examine. When I looked at this, I just looked at it and I'm like, oh look, it says down the bottom, he's the chief inspector. I didn't actually click the button to say it. Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see? It says the witness's name here, Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. So it's not a name that's unexpected, it's his job title. His job? Oh, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau? Inspector, what on earth? I have no idea, but let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence, if they're wielding it somehow here. So we had to actually inspect it properly, not just see the subtitle. Alright, now that the evidence is updated, we can present it. God damn, that sucks. The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. I agree, it shows great attention to detail. No, it doesn't! It fucking marks one dude. But I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's out of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front. Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. He's not explaining this well. Would someone please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's professions, his true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau.
What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before?
The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power as far as regular citizens are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you the orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentleman at a gentlewoman at the scene? Well...
Hold it.
Who's holding it? Is it the waiter? Yeah, it's gonna be the waiter. Here he is. Here he is.
Inspector Hosonaga.
I was worried something like this might happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Yeah, that's right, he was freaked out at that point.
Oh well.
Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It is my guiding principle, but I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake.
So, you mean to say you really are a detective?
But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter?
Ah, of course. Your salary must be terrible.
I was working undercover.
Undercover?
Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I'm not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. My guess is it'll become related, maybe not to this case, but to later cases, as to like, what the fuck's going on with this dude. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would have also been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner, therefore I'm led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency.
Unbelievable.
As I suspected.
Bang!
Who got shot? As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, a gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders.
Oh shit, special orders? You mean to say?
Remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders.
But what if this Englishwoman was the killer?
I think it would be in everyone's best interest to not pursue that idea. Excuse me. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect? Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case.
But it's not right.
So what's going to happen? Are we going to get another day, or is it we usually you finish the first case on the first day with no investigation. So, I mean, we'll see. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young English woman. What? Oh, so maybe the medical guy, the medical professor Mikko Toba, actually does have something to do with this conspiracy here. You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. How does he know? You mean? When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. Here we go. The English woman sitting at the university's professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. She's indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty.
What is happening here?
I admit that, under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Let's go! Very well, my thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise, namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at place. So they're going to let us do an investigation phase. Okay.
But Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions.
Calm yourselves, Consul. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom.
Ah!
Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir? You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with utmost emergency. Okay, so we are going to stay here. At once, Your Excellency.
But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau.
As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly.
So, it won't be a problem.
Nothing will get in my way. Except tuberculosis. Sounds like a French first name, not English. Yeah. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student, Giselle Brett, to the witness stand. Weird name. Objection! There's no way that is natural. Hey, Onita, how's it going? What you been up to?
Yes. Your Excellency.
Good, then we'll have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. I'm awake. Nice. Well, awake is a good thing. To be continued, so we'll be having another episode shortly. Save! Let's save the progress so we don't have to redo all of that. Playing a lot of Path of Exile for Final Fantasy XIV and doing some art stuff behind the scenes, although there's nothing out of the ordinary. Nice! Hey, I missed you. Alright, yeah, I'm going pretty good. I just found out the Great Ace Attorney came out on Steam, so I'm like, holy shit, I have to get this and play it right now. So, that's what I'm doing. 22nd November, 11:38 AM. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Antechamber 5. Excellent work, Urinosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer.
Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see an inside of a courtroom again. Ha 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 ha. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your Phantom Lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain. Is she? That's what I'm trying to tell everyone from the start. How does this game compare to Phoenix Wright games? Well, it is a Phoenix Wright game. It's a Phoenix Wright game, but it's like a different setting. It's set in like Imperial Japan. You know, after Perry opened the ports and that, and they've just signed a contract with an agreement with Great Britain. That's more what I mean. It seems a lot more weeb. Well, it's interesting because, I mean, like, the Ace Attorney games are actually set in Japan, but when they localize them, they put them into America, and it's actually fucking hilarious how they do it, and it's great, but, like, yeah, this one, it's actually just straight up in Japan. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are the one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. How did he not see shit? He literally just said 2 lines ago, it's my powers of observation that I have my faith in. He literally didn't fucking see shit. He didn't, like, know what she looks like. He's just like, oh, there was some woman there. And didn't see her, like, leaving or anything. Like, come on, dude. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after that, I bent down and picked it up. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet. And he bundled me into some small pantry next to the kitchen. Also, the waiter was trying to help him. Because the waiter would have gotten orders to get the girl out of there, like, after the shooting happened, right? Not before. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Wait, is that what he was doing? Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I guess he had a gun in his hand. I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. I guess that's a reasonable excuse. Huh. There you are. Well done, both of you. Is Miko Tala. So that means he must have got the instructions before the shooting. That makes no fucking sense. Unless he was trying to protect the kid, but then I guess he would have thought that he was the culprit because he had a gun in his hand, right? So I don't know. This note doesn't make any sense, basically. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Maybe more to come out. Yeah, exactly. Yes, it seems you planned this from the very start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so, which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. So is the case just the shooting in the dining hall? Yeah, so this is the first case where, like, classically your main character is in trouble. And, yeah, there's a shooting of a professor, an English professor in this restaurant. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't keep his best friend help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma. Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier in the morning, didn't he? He must be the, like, sensei of the lady, because he works in the medical faculty. If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Probably he knew the victim as well. Yes, I did. As you probably are aware,
Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UME, and it was I who invited him.
Oh, I see.
I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement in our police bureau went to an extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Now then, I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need.
So he's a good guy after all.
Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama.
Defendant Naruhodo! Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once.
When did you say where this was set? I don't know the exact year, but it's like set after Commodore Perry opened the ports in Japan. So I guess when would that have been? Like in the mid 1800s or something? I don't know. Open Japan. When is that? Yeah, like 1850. So after 1850, who knows? It could be early 1900s. I don't know. I don't know how long since then, but that was there. His personality is a little different to earlier. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow into these old fossils. All these old fossils know what hit him. Let's do it. Kazuma? He's bringing a sword into court. What? Thank you. Really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already be found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend, coming from you, that means a lot. Yeah, we got a bro on our side. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really gonna give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. Hell yeah. I want some sukiyaki now. Should have sukiyaki instead of Subway. Alright. Hydrate? Sure thing. Alright. The court hereby resumes the trial of Yonosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Alchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency. Against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under the rather painful scrutiny from the government. Stretch.
Sorry. Let the government scrutinize, that's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we've forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders?
Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Yonosuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, and a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this really what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan? Or of England?
Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, will become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student. And one who could arguably study harder, too. Wow. But standing here now in the Supreme Court, there is one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all.
Ding ding. Correct.
Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats.
Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with key witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett.
Yes. Your Excellency.
Alright, we get to see her. First time we get to see probably the true culprit. Holy shit, she has a fucking swan on her thing.
Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan and from such a far distance.
Tea! Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? No idea.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at Le Carnival.
But yes, we all know about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always the ladies first. Is that true? No idea.
A bird in the hand, that's right.
More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of.
Oh yes, I think I did, didn't I?
Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman.
This is what I'm saying, he didn't even know what she looked like. She has a fucking bird on her hair.
Sorry, Yunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking.
Guilty. Is that the explanation? He just doesn't know how to describe things? Dearly lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
The fuck? Oh, nice. She's saying it in English, I guess.
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what?
Yeah, he's gonna act as the translator. Yeah, I wonder if you can actually read this. I'm really bad at reading, like, fucking super shorthand, so I wouldn't know. The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled at Yume University's medical facility.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song.
As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough.
Yes, I agree.
You obviously do fine in English, in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Yunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called Le Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct?
Pretty sure they just put some scribbles there. Because they look the exact same as what she said last time. Let's judge, yep.
She says yes.
Looking respectively at women? What the fuck? Why was that blocked? I have no idea why that was blocked. Are you not allowed to say looking respectfully? I don't know.
I am English and I speak in bad running writing. Yeah, exactly. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? He'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. It might have been looking respectfully, I don't know. Interesting when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes on this photographic print?
Wonder if in Japanese she actually speaks in English. She could do. There's some words in here that I'm pretty sure that in the Japanese version were English. Like, Kazuma calls you partner, and I'm almost certain that in the Japanese he actually says, like, partner. Probably.
Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of a crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Damn, she has a fucking tail on too. I thought it was just like a big petticoated dress, but actually she has a full-on tail. Order in the court.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have absolutely conclusive witness statement.
Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. That's right. Unfortunately, I'll have to ask for you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Alright. My bet is that she can actually speak some Japanese. She said she had to leave because of something she had to do back at university, but the detective said he was ordered to get her away from the scene. Yeah, exactly. And according to this order of events stated by Urinosuke, it almost sounded like he got his order to get her away before the shot even happened, before the murder even happened. So what the fuck? I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only beef steak. Not a light eater, I guess. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Where's my swan hat? I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. This is a condemning testimony indeed. Yes, of course it is. Why'd you say that, Urinosuke? No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard, and look at this snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. You're still making the same mistakes, Urinosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before, and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm, except in the swan hat. I don't think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Exactly. Unless and until the precise location of where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. All the bustle, yeah. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. Ugh. That's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it.
Don't think about doing anything rash, Kijimosuke.
But I didn't fire a gun I picked up. There must have been some other gun there that day.
You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart.
He smiled.
What does she know? The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Alright, let's do this. Let's get her. Let's pin this murder on her.
I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson today. Well, we know that and agree with that. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. Well, we agree with that, don't we, as well? But actually, I want to have a look. Because, like, the weird thing is that when this photo was taken, for whatever reason, you know, it was put on... The professor was, like, put in to the other spot, right? Like, he was put into her spot. So someone fabricated this evidence. This one's fine. But this image here is fabricated. Either they moved the set or they moved the guy. So that's weird. Other than that, does this help me at all? Not really. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument. Well, this is where we need to get some more details. What was said? I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello. Please, don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. I was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. Relay it to her, you asshole. No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must all speak English. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman. How did she know it was an argument? Yeah, that's a good point, actually. They probably allow us to add that to the testimony. Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. Well, you should add that to your testimony. And the next time you got up after that was when I'd finished my coffee and I stood up to leave. But, I mean, they can probably tell that they're, like, yelling or whatever. Then not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Yes! Let's press that one. Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. And like I said, there's no point in repeating that assertion over and over. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side. Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had your gun in your hand. Well, yes, that's true, but all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time, the highly suspicious lady in the stand. That will do, you dirty rotten scoundrel. Dirty? Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy. It seems to me that your accusations are just as baseless as ours. What nonsense. The lady is merely stating what she's sure. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned, anyway. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Yes! Now let's just push everything. Low-key, that pathetic little slap noise when you slap the desk doesn't cut it. I love how he looks at his hand, he's like, did I do that right? But this is his first trial, so presumably after this he's a bit better. That's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely, I verified it personally. You verified it? Yes, immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, I'm not. Is that all she said? That's all you did? You just asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. Why on earth not?
The Honourable English Gentlewoman has clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There was obviously no need for any further probing into the matter.
Obviously. Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps.
Think what you will, but if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts.
In other words, he wants evidence.
Ugh.
The lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university. She was so compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your officer told you to get her a woman out of there. Not get her out of there, I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime, which is why she was only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course.
Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game's up. You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you.
So, she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him, which is an out-and-out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in dull black school uniform.
I'm dressed exactly the same way you are, except for the flapping red ribbons.
Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even you, with your thick skin, must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well, I feel half dead already. And the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me feel any better either. The first thing to do is suppress her on any of her statements that seem even slightly off to you. Do that, and an opening will present itself. I promise you. I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. So we haven't pressed the first couple statements yet. I'd arranged to meet with him later that day. So, I mean, we know that that's true, but let's see what she says. After 2 p.m, in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, don't you? Late luncheons are on vogue, isn't that right?
No.
It was in the cursive, so he must have said it in English.
Yeah, a decisive English no has a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems, so it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical record card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's test treatment, which is to why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense.
Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is.
So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? I think this is the only one I haven't pressed. He was unable to eat. So she ordered a beefsteak. She might say something about the beefsteak, which we get to make some comment about with the image. He was unable to eat, you say. And that was because he just had a tooth removed at the Hota clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left. There we go. That's all we need.
Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have travelled to a distant land on the far side of the world and been embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I'll crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight.
So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all?
That's right.
Other than some carbonated water? Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water, so it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water? Well, I don't think there was there another glass on the table? It wasn't there? No, so it wasn't exactly as it was left. And actually, wait, even there, wait, oh no, that's the flour, isn't it? Yeah, okay, that's fine. Let's put the murder on hold here. What do you think, Yunosuke, about the witness's last statement? It's very meaningful. Very. Imagine drinking carbonated water. Yeah, I drink it all the time. Sparkling water is the worst? No, it's awesome. That statement of yours, Miss Pratt, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, huh? Professor's clearly guilty. It tastes like fart. Are you putting farts in your drink instead of just CO2? The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness' last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
Ha! Well, sidestepped, counsel.
Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to the official testimony.
Gladly, she said.
Don't judge me. Hey, I don't kink shame. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that with Yunosuke. I ordered a beefsteak for myself, and the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. Okay, so we could try and present here. But we might be able to press it first. Let's just present. I think we're good. That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene here. That it was exactly as it was left. That's correct, the lady says. Well, it's odd, very odd.
Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself.
Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you?
Well, obviously it's the cheers.
The cheers?
Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water.
But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses at the table, not 1. Ah. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass, Pritchard here.
Objection! Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on this case?
Objection!
Minutia, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed the glass from the table in order to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there shouldn't have been 2. There should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. So she must have took a glass with her. Maybe. Maybe she took a glass with her when she left the premises. It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. There you go. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and I thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious. Odie. Sus! Sus!
There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all.
Oh, please.
We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray?
That's absurd.
Oh, really?
So, do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? What? No. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. That's right. She must have some pocket to put it in to hide it, right? And that proves that she could have had a gun on her. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. Ooh, look at that. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency, a small handheld pouch, commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. Under her bustle, along with the gun.
So, the beautiful young lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it all comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already.
The fact remains that she did have a place to put the gun, exactly. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement?
Well, I don't know, really.
If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance.
Yes, you're right.
So, she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance, it's the handbag.
Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say?
Yes, do try to keep up.
It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items.
Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a handgun. You're right. Well done, partner. Had a feeling you'd pick up on that too.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up a gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce that there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will.
You can't seriously be suggesting...
Inspector Hosnoga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Mrs. Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill a professor, could have been hidden in Mrs. Brett's handbag.
No!
I mean, it could have been hidden like literally every fold in her clothes.
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
I'm looking down his hand, he's just like, as he slaps the desk, makes it okay, yeah. He's like, did I do that right? I'm not sure what I'm doing.
The meaning of what, Professor Archie?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations, whatever he said.
Brilliant book, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. You think so, Cosmo?
Dude, this guy's gonna die from tuberculosis before the case is over.
Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary.
Unnecessary in what way?
I ought to thank the student lawyer, really.
Oh, Hosonaga has tuberculosis. I don't know, he keeps coughing and bleeding, so I just say he has tuberculosis. I have a piece of evidence here that I completely forgotten about. This photographic print. This print is a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Oh, it's see-through. It's like it's just a chain handbag thing. You can see right through to what's inside. Unless it's got a secret compartment, though. I mean, it looks like it probably does.
Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious.
Ah!
As you can see, there's nothing to imply Mrs. Brett's guilt here. Please enter that into the evidence. I want to look at it more. Thank you for helping me prove that, Naruhodo-san. Music's so fucking good. Hosonaga loves to keep things to himself. I mean, that's how every witness is, every testimonial in this game is. It's always fucking like this, goddamn. Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. Photograph of the handbag has been entered into the court record. Let's go. Tonk. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. No, let's have a look at this thing first. So first of all, like, I mean, yeah, it's like a meshwork bag, but like, it looks thicker than like what's here. First of all, so that's number one. Second of all, here's the dead dude. He's got a fucking tattoo on him. What the fuck? Number one. Two. This is completely inconsistent with the other things here. Right? Like, this is completely inconsistent with these other pictures. Because he said this was directly after the incident occurred. This chair is turned away from the table. Unless he manually did it. He would have to, like, turn this chair away, move it around here. And not only that, but this table looks, like, really fucking small. I mean, maybe it's just a weird angle. But it looks really small compared to this. It looks like a... Doesn't look like a... It looks like a side table thing. Doesn't look like a table you eat at. I can't really examine anything. But it's weird that he's got that tattoo on his hand. Oh wait, it's got the... Oh, wait a second. It's got this same seal here on the food, on the plate. Oh, he must have burned himself on the plate. That must be a burn. He must have put his hand down on the plate and burned the seal into his hand, because that's a hot plate. That's one of those hot plates they give you. Look at it. He must have burned his hand. I wonder how that's going to be relevant. Hey, Sarah, how's it going? Genius Detective Reda. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. It's good to have you here. I think you've had... Yeah, okay, we read that already. No, we need to cross-examine more. The court has now been shown considerable evidence, so it confirms the professor ate the steak. Kinda, yeah. I mean, well, at the very least, he, like, sat at this side of the table and, like, put his hand over the table, and he burnt... Like, who knows? Maybe they had a fight. Like, maybe he reached over to grab something from her, and then... Who knows? Maybe she shot him or something. And maybe his hand fell on the thing when he died. And then the rest of it is just like a setup. Because they've clearly moved stuff. Like the chair's facing away from the table. You know, all this other shit. Like they've clearly moved a shit ton of stuff around. Because like you would think that even if it's hot, like if you just tapped it for a second, you wouldn't get that much of a burn. But maybe if his hand was laying on it after he was shot or something. Maybe that would explain how he's got a burn already. I don't know. Alright. I am satisfied that there's no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, and there's only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over on the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. He doesn't look happy. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in the worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma's probably already realized something. I'm sorry, Urinosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean, this is it? Something like the dead guy, yeah. I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat while the strong eat. You're wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. Though his response will be chew on? Wait a second. And then he'll think about the steak or something, and it'll be, this can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance of now turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well, I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. Chew on, exactly.
It seems we'll now be able to report to the British government on time after all.
That's smug, little. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby find you.
Yes!
Dun 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 dun.
Hey, he did it. Do you see that? He did a proper slam and he didn't look at his hand. He did it! He did it! Wait, Your Excellency!
Ryunosuke, I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
The amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling.
Now he worked it out himself, that's right, yeah.
That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom. Yes.
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photograph print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, well, I know there's a significant detail, then the ruling on this case at this time would be out of the question.
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentleman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence.
We know that it's the burn on his arm. You'd better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. Well, I mean, he's got nothing else to do, right? I understand your objection, Counsel. Certainly. The new evidence submitted by a detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how I can glean any new information on this handbag.
Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yes, I'm desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Let's do it. Let's put our finger on it. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
What?
But be warned, if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, Your Excellency.
So, I take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonoga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. It's right here. It's this burn.
Yes!
Hey Mona, welcome to the stream. How's it going? It's good to have you here. We're playing some Ace Attorney. I wasn't going to stream tonight, but then when I got on Steam, I saw, holy shit, Ace Attorney's on. It's on Steam now. Holy shit. And I just have to play it because I fucking love this game series. So, welcome to the stream, but also a warning, if you don't want to be spoiled, watch out, because this game obviously is a very spoil-heavy game. If you want to play it, you might not want to watch. But I really appreciate you dropping by. Hydrating a few friends, especially wanting to take time off for it. Yeah. I mean, I figured, I'm going to play it tonight, so I might as well stream it. It's like, whatever. Are you trying to put your finger in my mouth? What the hell, Oni? Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That's true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Yeah, I fucking love the Ace Attorney game so much.
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly, this has nothing to do with this magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed that when he was performing the post-mortem examination, it was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he did note it in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of the mark. However, as Prosecutor Aochi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn has something to do with the case? To be honest,
I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful.
So she can just wait. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, you're right.
I am?
If we can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again.
Just give up, Council. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn, but as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face.
Really?
I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what the burn really means. We already know what it means. We figured it out. So then, the defense will now present the evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. This one. Because this is the one we see in here. This one. Present. What's this, Council? Yet another print?
Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photorecord prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at the scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little while longer if you don't mind. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn mark on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection! You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
This thing right here. Go down a bit more. There we go.
Yes. Yes. The beefsteak?
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate?
Your Excellency, are you alright?
As you can clearly see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some kind of trademark of Le Carnaval. This emblem on the plate.
Wait a second. Did this medical report card ever actually say it was, oh, it does say it's Wilson's. Okay. It does say it's Wilson's. For a second then I thought, if this just doesn't have a name on it, then that would be insane. Anyway, let's see.
And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Vinosuke, you genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
She could probably just say, you got it like last week when you had a steak.
But even if that's the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It's most likely happened at some other unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Archie, the chances of that are extremely slim.
It's just a burn mark.
Thanks. Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly.
But... I would say, looking at the picture...
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago, and although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense has just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. See, that's what I mean. Like, there's no way you just, like, sit there for 3 seconds. So this must have been, like, after he was shot, he collapsed on the table, put his hand on the thing, and then, because it's in the pictures, it's very clear that, like, they fucked with this scene, because there's no way the chair was the other way around like that, right? There's no way that was how it was. It's inconceivable the victim would have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter at Le Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter.
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. So he was dead when it happened, yeah. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would certainly be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. See, it's exactly how I said it. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself and the sergeant and the old antique dealer, all of us would have, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Alchi?
Huh? Well, yes, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? Yep, that's right. I almost don't believe it. Linosuke, do you think? Here it is. Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that it may be. We've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. No man can remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead.
Already?
Dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. Wait, how the fuck did they get it that when the steak was brought there, he was already dead? Couldn't he just like collapsed and like, because this is the thing, right? Like, I guess maybe maybe the waiter and the inspector dude is telling the truth that this is what the scene looked like to him. But it's so weird that the chair is turned around. So my thought would be that he was shot, he fell, he touched it, and then they conspired to set up the scene differently, right? Hey, Betcha, welcome to the stream. It's good to see you. How's it going? We're playing some Ace Attorney here. The game just came out on Steam, and I fucking love these games so much, so I'm playing it. He was shot and then slumped over on the hot plate. That's the most normal circumstance. Yeah, that's what I thought. But he's saying, oh, he was dead by the time it was delivered to there. It's like, maybe it was delivered, he took a couple bites, and then he was shot, and he fell on it. Or maybe he didn't take it, but because if he slumps over on the table with his arms out, he could reach the other side, and it would be around about his wrist, right? Yeah, it still needs to be investigated. Order, please. Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. Well, first of all, we don't know that. We don't know that for sure. What was this? What did the report say again? Because they just said it was basically just a dude saying, it looks like he died from a bullet shot. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. Absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
Attorney Reda on the case, that's right. No, Prosecutor Archie, it's you who has no grasp of the case.
I beg your pardon?
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Check the picture or this eaten steak and a knife. Oh yeah, there is a knife there with blood on it. There is like this thing there. But like, I mean, it's, who knows if it's blood or not, right? Like, there is a steak here, so. I guess the steak looks like it has bites on it. Wait, the steak has bites on it though. Although there is a straight cut there. So I mean, it looks like it's been cut, but then for some reason someone's like literally bit into the steak. Bit chunks off the steak instead of cutting it. That's weird. Poison? Yeah, it could be poison, but we're still under the assumption, so Badger, you weren't here for it, but the doctor had a medical appointment, and he's not the person who ate the steak. He had a medical appointment for a dentist, and so he couldn't eat after. That's one of the revelations in this case so far. Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm pretty sure the poison was administered through the wine in the glass, in the carbonated water that she has in her bag. Yeah, it could be. But the thing is, there was a gunshot, and Ryunosuke was holding a gun, and he didn't shoot it, so there has to be a second gun. So she has to at least have a second gun on her still, just to like set off the thing. But that also makes that the fact that he was dead for like a long time also explains why his gun was on the ground, because like why the fuck would his gun be on the ground? Like how did he drop it, right? Especially if it's not the murder weapon. And the bullet didn't go through. That's true. That you have forgotten to eat. Wait, what did we say? I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. This came out? What? That's right, Comment. Welcome to the stream. It's good to have you here. I literally just saw it on Steam earlier. I'm like, holy shit, I have to get this game right now and stream it.
But Your Excellency.
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. Do we get to see her eyes yet? Nope. What was that smile?
Yes, of course. I mean,
I'd be delighted to help. She's just speaking in Japanese now. Nice. Neo Tutti. Oh, is that on PC as well, Comet? Because I definitely want to play that as well. Probably not due to the time frame, but they could pull the bullet out and match the caliber to the gun. Yeah, they can't do that, because otherwise they would have done that. But yeah, not in this time frame. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. There you go. Of course she can speak fucking Japanese.
Miss Brett, you speak Japanese?
Why the fuck does auto mod? I thought I turned auto mod off anyway. Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? I don't think so, but it's on Switch, but I don't see why it wouldn't be on Steam. Well, you know, a lot of games are on Steam. My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. I'll never get over Herlock Sholmes. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you, all at your own level.
Well, you're the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
My mother tongue, Chav English, is the most beautiful in England language known to men. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. Alright, let's do this. We're finally nailing her down. Wait until I say Yorkshire. Unfortunately, I have no idea where the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible causes of death besides the gunshot. As read by Reda-Ou. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Yorkshire. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court history. Thank you. Easy does it. I hope that this is the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone.
Not at all, not at all. It's a delight merely to hear you speak, my dear lady. And it seems very clearly from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant.
I'll be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened to you today.
The Minister of Justice?
May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen.
Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer then?
Well, you have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with the cross-examination now.
Now you just need the Ace Attorney investigation games? Oh yeah, exactly, yeah. I want those ones as well.
I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I sure don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear?
Yeah! Psych yourself up, dude. Yes, Your Excellency.
Then you may proceed with the cross-examination.
Let's go! Let's get this bitch. Obvious murderer. So I guess she must have poisoned them then. But then she must have also had a spare gun to like bring people's attention to the dead body or something. And that's why the waiter had instructions before the discovery of the body to get her out of there. Because the timeline of events doesn't make sense with him getting the instruction afterwards. It only makes sense that he got the instruction before. So that explains it, because she must have connections with the police or whatever, or the government. And so she knew that she was framing someone at this point, basically.
Unfortunately, I have no idea.
Oh wait, we already read all this, so we need to figure out what we're going to press. So no other possible cause of death, but that's the thing. This cause of death, this autopsy report, is by like some dude, just some random guy. Okay. Okay, let's press this one. Without leaving a trace.
If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there's always telltale traces on the body.
Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga?
As I've stated, I always aim for a flawless investigation.
There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark.
If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone exactly how you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it?
Oh, that's the other thing, is that, yeah, it must be poison, and it must be poison through the glass, because she didn't take her glass, which is the glass on the side of the person who was eating. She took the glass of the person who wasn't eating, which was his glass, which must mean it was poisoned, because it was evidence, right? That's why she took it.
Oh, now, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Takatsuchi Ouchi, will cut down any who cast such aspersions.
Check the bottle. We can't actually, like, check anything like that.
A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence.
Bum 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 bum.
But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques would probably not pick up on it anyway.
This is like her little hint of, I fucking poisoned it, but you guys aren't gonna know. I mean, I could present the glass here and say poison, but I'm not sure that that's like strong enough evidence to present on this statement. So let's just keep pressing.
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so?
Quite right. Le Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident.
Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction,
vital evidence may be lost. What the fuck? Interesting. Is this a new mechanic? Because usually they introduce a mechanic where you can, like, investigate what a dude does. I guess this guy's angry that, like, he hasn't done his perfect investigation.
It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try and preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can. You understand?
Ha! Killer blow! A lady's formidable as she is beautiful.
Amazing. He actually admitted our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Archie is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brent just said. There was a moment before when something didn't quite seem right.
Hosenaga's not having fun.
What do you think, Yunosuke?
I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information.
Yes, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over.
But that would mean
I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma.
What, Ryunosuke?
There is one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me.
Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett?
Actually, no.
Is that Yeah, this guy.
About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga.
The detective?
Yes.
He seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement.
I was wondering if it might be significant. If I might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. If I find out, I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again.
Alright. Because, like, in the other games, they have, like, superpowers where you can, like, read into people's emotions and you play a little mini-game and you, like, unlock new testimony. This looks like maybe all of the game... Oh, stretch shot thing. Maybe all of the cases in this have multiple, like, testimony stuff going on. Alright, let's press.
Yes!
This is all the same. Is it going to change when he coughs? What do I do here?
Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in a stand with Miss Brent as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip.
Excuse me.
However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down.
So this might be a mechanic for the rest of the game that you have multiple people up on the stand.
You're right, look at him, he's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought.
Sorry, pursue?
I'll explain how to do it now, Yunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker.
What marker?
At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. Hell yeah. But by moving the marker left and right with this, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witness, you'll be able to pursue them with A. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere among the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then. So I should first move the marker across with that and focus on the detective, then pursue him with A and see what's on his mind. Time to turn up the heat on this detective, that's right. Exactly, which means that even if this investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Alright. So we'll go across. And I'll pursue. Excuse me! What's the meaning of this? This guy's gonna die from tuberculosis before this court case ends. God damn. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts, deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had just had to say? If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court.
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately.
Or accidental poisoning? Who knows? Well, I think it's because he let the glass be taken from the scene. He might recognize that he's made a mistake because he kept saying, "I always do a flawless, investigation or whatever." Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. Huh? The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? You must have so much blood on that tower. Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed to admit of what I've done. Hey, maybe he's been poisoned a bit as well. Oh yeah, that's what you're saying, Wikimuse. Maybe it's not tuberculosis. Maybe he's accidentally poisoned himself when he took evidence from the scene. As his integrity dies, so does he. He's been coughing blood the whole fucking case. I assumed it was like tuberculosis or something, but like just a character trait. But he literally might be poisoned slightly. Maybe he stole what gave him the fits. Yeah, exactly. He probably stole whatever she used to poison the guy. Yep, here it is. Take this for example. Is that? This is the bottle of carbonated water that it took to the victim's table on the day of question. And yes, it's lost all its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. There you go. That explains it. That explains why he's coughing up blood, dude. This guy's about to fucking die. He needs to get to a doctor. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. On the day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it. I can't say I condone of the witness's accents, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Yes, we've got it! A fine vintage from Chateau Poison. Exactly. Miss Brett. Okay, let's go. Examine. So, first of all, what can we examine here? But this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Yosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Yosuke, in more ways than one. I wonder, Could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked out something out. An interesting possibility. Can we examine anything else? Can't even see what the... Oh, we can't see what the label is. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Cosima? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say you don't know. I mean, she does have a name that it isn't quite English, to be honest. Miss Brett, can you confirm that this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervour. Okay, so no idea when he burnt the wrist. Well, I think we know... She's got to know when he burned his wrist, so let's push that. But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed it. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and ever since even still now, on the fly of those unsightly black trousers of yours, the fly of those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you? Well, he got spooked, so should we pursue him? Huh? What? Ah! Ha! What fun! You hadn't realized. Dear lady, the dear lady is absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Fujinosuke. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? I think he needs a doctor to keep anything in control, that's right. She totally deflected the question, yeah, exactly. Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can. He admitted he has a tiny brain. Well, I can't. Anyway. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. Let's press that as well. As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although... Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table. I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. Interesting. Why did she say damn you?
I have enough English to understand that at least. For the benefit of the others in court, it means bless you.
I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway. So I want to pursue her on that. So let's press her on, go back and press her on that one. Or not present, I want to press.
Yes!
So when she reacted weird. Although, why would she be pissed about that statement? Wait, I don't remember that. Damn you. Oh. I can't pursue her because she's the one actually talking there. That's weird. Why would she say damn you here, though? Or is it... I mean, I could just present the bottle here. Let's give that a try.
Yes!
Yeah, yeah. When the music cuts out like that, usually it means you get it right, but not always. We'll see. What is this, the bottle of water? Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison.
Poison?
On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Now, Brett's... The Hosonaga is not happy. He might be realizing that he might be poisoned. Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order, order, order. And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could possibly have done it. Giselle Brett, it was you.
Objection!
This is outrageous! To suggest such a thing without a scrap of any evidence. You little rookie imbecile. Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we only have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one's individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We're here to determine the truth. Ahem, if I may.
I will silence you forever for this disgraceful attack. Holy shit.
It is you who should be silent.
Of course. Dear lady.
Where did that come from? She just snapped.
We're going to see your eyes now?
I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Of course.
Oh shit,
You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. In this country, though. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency.
What about the glass? That's true, yeah.
What, are you sure?
But we also know that he's sick, so I think it's still in the bottle. The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself.
No.
But what tests do they even have in this day and age to test for poison?
I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You have successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you.
But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
Every time we seem to get close.
I was so sure. This can't be. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has everything clarified. Clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused who by his own admission was holding this weapon is the only possible culprit. I am done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the consul for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point?
Ask the lady to drink it.
Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Just ask her to drink the water. Who is it? Who's that? Who's that? Ah, it's her. Oh, that's right. The guy asked her to get something from the university.
Please wait. Isn't that... What's the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Sasotako Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to Defense. Mikotoba?
Here she is!
In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth.
Is it going to be like something to test for poison? It's going to be something to test for poison, right?
It was a gun.
Well, she's the student of the medical faculty professor, and he asked her to go get something from the university just before this session. So presumably it's something to test for a particular poison, I'm guessing. She shoots Brett in the face. Hopefully. Alright, we're getting near to the end of the case here. But the fact that we got a save point here makes me think there's still a lot to go. I'm not even sure if we'll finish this tonight. I wanted to finish this one case and then be done with it. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why this sudden ingress into my courtroom?
A judicial assistant and a woman, no less. The rules state that females are not to be permitted in this court of law other than to testify.
Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense.
You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded.
5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more.
But, Your Excellency...
I'm most grateful.
Wow, Japan, get with the times. It's like the 1850s.
Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now.
What is it? A report about something? Written in English.
It's Giselle Brett's research.
Oh, shit!
The Englishwoman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she?
So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case?
I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself.
Oh no, of course not. Special characteristics of curare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curare? What's that? I've never heard of that word before.
Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom.
There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it.
That's wonderful, thank you. Giselle's report has been entered into the courtroom record. Let's go!
Goodbye then, and good luck.
Alright. Donk, I should have looked at it straight away.
You've had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guests any further longer.
Let's have a look. Alright, a poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungle of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Affects instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Route of entry. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blow of hot dye. So maybe it was the fucking knife the whole time. Maybe it was the knife the whole fucking time. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it is believed that the toxin could have an application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. Yeah. There you go.
I asked the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present in the court? I presume not, but...
The prosecution has made this case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
Yunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know.
Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence.
That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett?
Yes, Your Excellency.
If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer.
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid...
It's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize that was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order.
I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
That is kind of a thing where, like, in Japanese, people will say stuff as a suggestion, but actually it's not a fucking suggestion. They're like, no, you're doing this.
My apologies, dear lady. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention?
Well, it's obviously my university collar pin.
Yes!
To be fair, we do that in English. Yeah, that does happen in English, but it's like crazy common in Japanese to be like, maybe you should do this, or I think it's a good idea to do this, which basically means like, you better fucking do that. Miss Giselle Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yume University doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison.
What?
Poison? Where are you going with this, Counsel? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Not instant death, it's like a couple minutes, it said. What? What complete and utter nonsense. Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it.
You wouldn't have done.
What do you mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country.
It doesn't exist?
Correct, which means no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly toxin.
What?
Fucking Ouchie. His name's like Ouchie. His reactions are ridiculous.
Order. Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report, authored by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among the European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that it's produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection! Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery! To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain. The other diners would have surely have noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that.
I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain.
According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean, the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson's did, the effect could go largely unnoticed.
But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death.
The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail.
It's basically botulinum toxin. It's basically botulism. To be fair, we do what did you kindly? Yeah. Oh, sorry, I already read those. Respiration?
In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move.
That's hideous!
To the observer, it would look like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison.
It sounds exactly like botulinum toxin. Because it's like very small amounts, and it causes you paralysis that you die from suffocation.
And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison?
This is all very convenient, is it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense.
If I may.
All these facts, you think you're so clever?
It is you who must be taught.
Of course. My dear lady.
So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovers them? Please later tell you to shut up again. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules.
What's so funny? Oh, excuse me. Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. May I borrow that bottle for a moment?
She's gonna drink it.
Well, yes, I don't see, why not?
Because it's a knife. The knife was what caused it. Yeah.
Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry? To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. I have a fever, and the only cure is botulism. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers! Wait, what are you doing? Huh. No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair.
Oh, you know, it's administered through the blood. It's administered through the blood. So the bottle, really, all the bottle gave us was the possibility for the poison, but the actual poison was through the knife.
Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned.
But that means that the guys, if it's the symptoms are that you're instantly paralyzed and then you die, that means he isn't. That means Hosonaga isn't poisoned. He just has tuberculosis. That's it. Yeah, the notes do say through a rend. Yeah, exactly. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying?
You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely in this grand venue. Most kind.
Gah.
Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett?
I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of a friendship between our countries.
Ah, yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you've given. I mean, they know that the notes say that's through the knife, so this doesn't make sense. There had to be poison in that bottle. So how? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it.
Well, I suppose, if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for an interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London.
There has to have been poison in that bottle. No, there doesn't there? There doesn't have to be there. But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have killed over dead.
Come on, Ryunosuke. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water
contains no poison. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why, Ryunosuke? Isn't it obvious? If there was a poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Unless she has a magic trick. Wait, she did turn sideways and, like, drink it like she was like pouring it behind her. But I mean, I guess the detective would have said something.
Sometimes your unadulterated naivete really astounds me, but sometimes it's in need of a good staining. Until it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the Lord. Oh, is that what this color is supposed to represent? That was... Wait, really? Is it actually supposed to be poison in there? Oh wait, no, there is poison in there. There is poison in there, it just doesn't matter if it goes into your stomach, that's it. She maybe put the poison on the knife from the bottle? I guess? Weird, but I guess that's it. I guess yeah, there's poison in the bottle, but like because you have to do it through the blood, then it like doesn't matter if she drinks it. That'll be it. The culprit did put purine poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You serious?
Whoa, are you blind? There is no possible way that bottle could have contained poison. I mean, we just saw
Miss Brett drinking the water from it?
So what?
That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained.
How, exactly?
I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the record somewhere.
And we still need a motive. Usually when you prove it's them, they break down and they say their motive.
Very well, if the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed?
Her own report.
The lady in the dining room.
The music didn't change. Did I fuck it up?
Objection! That's not a valid explanation.
No?
After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
I'm not trying to ridicule anyone. Honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's note.
I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You'll direct us to the pertinent section, Your Counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle?
Oh, well, okay, you're gonna have to look at which one it has in there. Synopsis. Special characteristics. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound that is such as inflicted by a blowpipe dart. So it's the special conditions. Special characteristics.
We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison, and it's left me curious about something. Oh, Counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of the arrows they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please.
But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Counsel, no, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see. That makes sense. You wouldn't want to have like stomach ulcers when you ate anything hunted with these arrows. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. I mean, I guess it probably gets denatured by the acid anyway, so it's probably not effective after that anyway. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When the curare enters the body through an open wound, it has a terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poison effects whatsoever, and she just got rid of all the evidence too by drinking it. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew curare's special characteristics, and you knew that you could make a spectacle drinking that water without any danger to yourself. Unless she has, like, stomach ulcers or something.
You meddling little...
Oh shit! It's an actual fucking swan.
Rapscallion!
Well, Yunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? The lady in the dining room with the knife laced with poison.
Objection! All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see the...
She keeps interrupting me. So the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with, some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? A flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, curare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric suckers. Oh yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he?
That's right.
Good gracious. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand. No? Excuse me. Order. Order in the court. Order. The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be unaffected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest?
Yes, this curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial.
That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. Here we go. This is the moment. Hydrate shopping. Look at this fucking pose, man. The character design in this game is so good. Hey, if I just leave it here, how long will it keep zooming in? How long will it keep zooming in? Look at it, it's keep going. Oh, there it stops. Okay. No, excuse me. What is this welling up inside me? He's gonna get another power now. I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. Oh, he's gonna get the, big logic bomb at the end of the case. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. Hell yeah. Let's go!
Objection!
He said it for the first time. Instead of saying yes, he said objection. Here it is. I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. Oh, wait a second. We don't need a knife. He just went to the dentist. He just had his tooth taken out. He had a little wound in his mouth. He didn't need a knife. He didn't need to be stabbed. He just drank it. That's it. Of course. It makes so much sense now. Oh my god! And she knew that he went to the thing as well because she had to schedule it late, and she said she knew. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you, but you must provide compelling evidence, as we know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the curare? Here it is, the medical report card.
Take that!
As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, because it's so weird to put the water on the knife. That's weird. However, there was a fatal difference between the two diners. And why would you hide the poison in the water? It's specifically because of this setup that she had to do it this way. A fatal difference. The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water?
Inside?
Yes, like the wound you might have if you just had been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Miss Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Yes, we've got her! She gonna do the breakdown now, and she gonna have another retort? Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist.
These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are so puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough.
Oh shit. Did she grab a gun? Oh no. I was like, she's gonna shoot everyone? The judge just got a justice orgasm.
You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around it, you never know what might happen to it. No. I mean, I could just slip.
Oh shit. Is it really gonna shatter though? I mean, they can probably test the little bits left.
Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No!
But we know we have her glass. We have her glass still. We can just get her handbag and get the glass out.
Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water we have from that broken bottle as possible at once.
Don't cut yourself though.
You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet on my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it.
Wouldn't that be extraction? Probably. That should be like a...
You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we will never know, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle, or not. You. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution?
Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I assume, dear lady.
That's right, and really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me, so of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day, using curare, and then, in order to frame Yunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden handgun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say, and I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence.
Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused Yunosuke Naruhodo.
This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now... Is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke. Yes? We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend upon. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head.
Exactly, like what the fuck, dude?
So I think, think back now, try to remember every little detail about the scene that day. Are we going to get a crime scene reconstruction in his head? Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt.
I mean, yes, the steak isn't eaten. Is it really going to be that the steak isn't eaten in this picture? Is that really going to be what it is? Every color. So it was red there, so it wasn't steak juice, it was like blood. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head, could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? There is a clue, I guess. I just clicked that his name is Naruhodo. Yeah, so Phoenix Wright's name in the main games, his Japanese name is, I can't remember his main name, is Naruhodo. So that's like, instead of Wright in English, it's Naruhodo. That's the pun. And actually, I think most of the characters' names are puns. Actually, Kazuma,
I think I just might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. Is that blood on the plate? Yeah. Looks like it. But the other thing is that, like, so I found out there was another discrepancy, like, way back when we first got these pictures, like, hours ago. In this picture here, you can see that there's no bite in the steak. Like, you can count the little things there. There's, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then there's a fifth line of marks, like a fifth line of cubes. But in this picture, the fifth line should be have bites taken out of it. And also there's no bloodstain here as well. So these are like completely different pictures that are completely unrelated to each other. And initially I thought maybe it was just a problem with the picture, but like, yeah, well we did see that hours ago, so maybe that clue from hours and hours and hours ago is going to finally become useful. Come on then, let's wipe the smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. It's been niggling for me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's somewhere here. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is... Like, there is kind of a bite there, actually. You can see it in colour. But it's not. It doesn't match up with the thing. I mean, they want me to say the blood, or they want me to say the bite? Because that looks like blood and not like... I mean, they did say colour, so it's got to be this, right?
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Whose blood is it? Yeah, that's true. It could be hers. Oh wait, maybe that's why she's got a mask on. Maybe she cut herself in the face. Maybe it's his blood. Yeah. Oh yeah, if it's his blood, then it's like from the wound that she shot the dead body, and so the dead body's blood bled out onto the table and not onto the floor. The fork is also off to the side at a weird angle. Yeah, exactly. So I think maybe those small details don't matter, but the blood obviously matters. He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime, like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Attention!
Wait a minute. Where are you going with this? Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a splattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the person. The fact that the bullet wound wasn't a through shot is going to be relevant here. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Want to become famous? Nah. Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as you were. Giselle Bright. I beg your pardon?
Attention!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something that the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
Yes. This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate. In the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime, I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. This guy's seriously going to die from tuberculosis before the end of this case is over. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now.
Dum, 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 bum, 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 bum. Inspector.
The court wishes to examine the plate on the victim's table immediately.
Yes, sir. Oh shit, we're gonna find it. She gonna come up with another excuse? Here it is.
Sorry for the delay. Here is what you ordered. The steak.
Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't.
Quickly, Inspector, the blood man, show the court. Of course, examine the plate at your leisure.
There's no blood. But look, it has those massive fucking bites at it. Like, who eats a steak like that?
No blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's
impossible!
I know I saw it. I'm sure of it.
It's not the same steak. Exactly. That's where this not the same steak thing is gonna come into it. They must have swapped the steaks on the table because he said that he took the steak from the sergeant's table as well. So someone must have swapped the steaks. Swapped the other one. Exactly. So I can't believe that this, like, the steaks have slightly different bites in them. Clue is actually coming back. Plus, who would fucking bite into it like that? The sergeant, right? He's just like gonna go, grr, right?
You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire.
Bite the steak like a sandwich. It has 2 bites instead of 1 now. I think there was another bite in it. Like in this picture here, you can see there's a bite at the top and a bite at the bottom and a cut. But in this one, there's clearly no bite. Like, maybe there's a bite in the bottom here, it's hard to see. But there should be a huge chunk cut out of it, and this row of cubes should be cut. But seriously, who bites a steak like that?
I believe we may have finally reached a conclusion in this trial.
Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at court proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Ha! This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. The sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again. Be my guest.
Oh, nice. We got it in the court record. Sweet.
Was the plate I saw?
Or I thought I saw just a figment of my imagination? Alright, let's examine it. Nothing on the bottom. Got that thing. This is emblem on the side of the plate. Is it a cat? It's a cow, obviously. Most likely because the restaurant's signature dish is beef steak. It seems a lot of different restaurants have their own unique tableware. So this is the symbol of Le Carnaval, is it? What about the fucking bites in it? Jeez. There it is! There it is! It's totally the sergeant's steak. Because, yeah, of course the sergeant would be eating the steak like that, and he also pocketed the fucking, the coin from the old man. Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin, and the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it? I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. He didn't stick it down the kids' heads. No, he chucked it under the meat, apparently. And this is the first time that there's been talk of a Hoei Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of a bullion in bullion. And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means... That's exactly what it means. This is it now. I've lost. Yunosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Huh? Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence. Already done it. As the evidence requested by the defense is not shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial would be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? There is another clue. Your Excellency, please wait. The plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beef steak.
Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial.
I'm sorry, Miss Britt, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied with all reasonable doubt has been dispelled.
I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it?
Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for Defense, you will now clearly show the court what you were alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beefsteak is the new clue to be found? Well, under the fucking beef. There it is.
Huh?
What the? What is this? Oh, I think this is okay. This is replaying the thing, the examination. But once the beef is lifted up, we can point at the coin, I guess. I can't like speed run this section, so which is a little bit annoying. I've never heard of bullion and bullion. That's such a ridiculous pun. Where's delinquent showing you, Nita? There it is. I certainly never expected to find a precious coin. Oh, I think I have to present. That'd make it really quite valuable. It's well marinated in the juices as well. Look. What, are you thinking of idiot? No, but the next time I order steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, you don't scare. A Korban on coin underneath the steak. There's only one logical explanation. Okay, let's present. There we go. Good gracious, that's...
Korban? What on earth?
Ahoy, Erdogan at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, yes? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what it is, but I want no part of it.
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
Objection!
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Hoye Korban just happens to be hidden underneath a piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right, it can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel. A rare Hoye Korban just happened to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now. You're not even a lawyer, you're a student.
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant.
Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under the steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the Korban that was found underneath the beefsteak is... I mean, they want us to say the old guy. But I mean, we kind of need this guy here. But anyway, we'll present
That!
Obviously, it can only be... Oh no, maybe they'll say, oh, it can't be him because he didn't order a steak.
Cutie, as in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable.
Yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Korban coin when it happened, at exactly the moment when the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Hoye-era Korban, my prized coin. Then this Hoye-era Korban, do you mean to tell me?
No, please, why would Korekuta-san's Korban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense.
Yes!
Yes.
Which is why I'm asking to bring Korekuta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, I'm bringing both the witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Yes, we need the sergeant there as well. Without a moment's delay. That's important. We definitely need the other guy back here. Alright. I can't believe we come back around to that pair again, but I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find that it's a key element in this case, and the focus on him when he gets nervous. Yeah, exactly. I bet we do the testimony of the look at the kid go. We do the testimony of the old guy, and then the sergeant will get nervous at a point. What is this about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize it's dinner time for little baby Idol? When my son's belly empty, he is fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by police, we were like miserable dogs forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom, myself, I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rosate shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Korekuta-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rosate memory... what the fuck? He just stabbed this guy in the foot! He just stabbed this guy in the foot. Yes, that's it. The one, the very exact one that it is. The resplendent, splendiferous Hoye treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day.
It can't be.
As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beef steak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat juices. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my Hoye treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable act. No one knows. Excuse me, could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case.
Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation.
Le Carnaval is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed fests targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents has been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you sent undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at the work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Korekuta-san's Koban is all too clear.
What?
What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Korekuta's Koban and hid it under the stake? It was Nosa. Easy. We got this right at the start. That was obviously him. Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Iesa Nosa. What? How dare you monster! Monster? I stole that cold gun, did I? I'm the master thief of Le Carnaval, am I? You're seriously accusing me of this crime, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Idol!
Idol is the master idol list. This fucking guy. What? We're just like, what? You would push the blame of the crimes on your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nossa. We get a breakdown seed. Clippity cloppity clippity cloppity clippity cloppity. Holy shit, this baby just snapped this guy's back in half. Yeah, fucking did it, bitch. I need to just remove fucking Automod. It keeps acting up. Nippon Imperial Agent Sergeant Iesanosa preparing to stand down in Supreme Court, sir. This kid. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages that the Nippon Imperial Army pays to those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place, and I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living. Yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you're stealing things at the restaurant. The place is heavy with money. Every 3 days I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chopping my way through a good steak at the same time. It sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork either. Yeah, those huge fucking bites in there. Which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man in his koban. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. It was all set to leave the steak. I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found my coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Idle, too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it at a later date. He eats expensive steak while his kid can't get a hot meal. Exactly, like what the fuck? This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett.
Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency?
Indeed. The theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder.
Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea outstands me.
Nonsense, is it?
And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony has been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day.
Doesn't matter. We don't even need her. Yosuke, what's the matter with you? There's no time for daydreaming. Oh no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. What did she say again? And good day? I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said. Oh, about the biting into the steak. They're supposed to, like, we noticed the biting into the steak, like right at the start when we first got those pictures. We were like, what the fuck? These are not the same steaks. Yeah, exactly. And also, how did she know? That's a good point. Yeah. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can't think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over. That's right. Dum, bum, 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 bum. Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
So the thing is, we already know that that's the wrong plate and that she swapped them and all that. But, like, we can't pursue that until... We have to pursue this other way of thing we're talking about. We have to, like, get her on her knowledge instead of asking to see the other plate.
Eating a coin out of a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence, Counsel. If Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory, where is the evidence to prove it? I'm guessing it's this photo. Wait, no, that photo has that thing. Maybe it's this photo where there's no things in it? We have to prove... Like, either we show the steak that doesn't have a bite in it, or we show the steak that does have the bite in it. Because this one's, in evidence at least, this one's called the meal Miss Brett ordered. Oh, yeah. Okay, no, we got to present this. Because I think the current theory that they're working under is that he did hide the coin under the steak, but he didn't hide it under his steak. He hid it under her steak. So I think they still believe that this steak is hers. So I think we have to present this. Nope, maybe not. The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency, the steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed.
Now you're just splitting hairs.
Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural?
Unnatural? What on earth do you mean?
It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Noticed what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting it into it without using a knife and fork.
Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself.
Then take a good look at this steak. In particular, the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, therefore there shouldn't be any teeth marks in the steak at all.
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't help her. Whatever you say, dear lady.
As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer.
Of course. This will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just leave everything...
I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacled samurai relic.
Of course. Dear lady.
What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implication those teeth marks in the steak have for her. Inosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Are we going to do the scene ending, like, clue linking? Yes, now it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. Let's go! We've got this! I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency.
Everything?
Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the stake here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Shh. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before court yet. Hasn't been what? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? There can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
I have it. I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. It's Hosonoa. He has the other stake. And if that person is willing to submit that piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair?
Take that!
Satoru. The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. Hopefully. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. Man, this guy is seriously going to die from tuberculosis before he can give us the last plate. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this stake with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Noso told the court the following. I'd enjoy chumping my way through a good stake, and as well as admitting to stealing Korokoto-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the stake. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Noso, could you please confirm something for me? He ate the other? No, I think he ate his steak and put the thing under it. But then in the confusion, when she was setting up the crime scene, like turning, like in the cuts in the picture here, she turned him around to face away from the table. In that process, she also swapped the steaks on the table because she saw that there was like a blood stain here. Sergeant Noso, could you please confirm something to me? Was the stake that you put the coin under, in fact, your own stake? Attention! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreigner gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the stake that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Noso's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense. That plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over. You did switch the plates?
Oh, he did. Oh, maybe he did because he didn't want the evidence of the theft to be on his table. He could have done it instead of her, I guess. Well, it happened after the... maybe he wanted a whole steak. Because this steak is obviously, like, hardly eaten. So maybe he just wanted a steak, an extra steak. To bring home for his kids. When I saw that the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. But then, when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. Okay, so we just swapped them. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done.
Unbelievable!
There you go, so he actually did switch him. However, fear not, Prosecutor-san.
What now?
I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that's all I did, sir.
All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes, that's right, that's all we need. Because now we can look at the other one. So, if Sergeant knows to switch the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosnoga. Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That, to preserve evidence, you had taken both. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot. Here we go. What can that possibly tell us now? Your guilt. I mean, a cold slab of tough meat can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why this steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defendant asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. He thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. This guy's seriously gonna die. Yeah. Yes, sir! Let's go! Yeah, the music's changed. It's awesome. Sorry for keeping you. Here it is. There it is. Here is the other steak and its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. There it is. We can see it already. The blood stain. It's clearly visible. Look. Yes! Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows us that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it was impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. Yet no bites, only a cut.
It can't be.
In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Jazile Brett. It's you. Is she going to do a breakdown? Is she going to do a breakdown scene? The duck just died. The swan just died. Outdone by a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No, no, no. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's fucking chickens. There's little chiclets coming out. What the fuck? What the fuck? How many birds does she have in her hat? He literally just died and ascended to heaven. Look how cute they are. Cute. Cute. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. We're never going to see her face, are we? Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Britt, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. I died but got better. Nah, she's just light enough that the bird can bring her up by that little strap on her face. It was I who took the professor's life, using curare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water, because curare is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would be all over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on the innocent man. I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. There you go!
Under your skirt?
So I was right, there were two guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and I got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor, placed where you would be sure I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended. If there's a bus. Yeah, there. And then just as you bent down to pick it up, that's when you shot the professor with your own gun, even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that joins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. There you go. But why? Why'd you do it? Why'd you kill the professor? I want to see your face, though. So there you have it. That's the entirety of my misdemeanor. I think it's a bit more than a misdemeanor. Your Excellency? Yes. I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. Damn. So she never explained her reasoning to do it, so I'm guessing that this will be tied into the later cases then. Because usually if you don't find out that stuff, that gets tied into the later cases. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement.
This can't be. Hatsutsuchi Aochi does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student.
You'd better start getting used to tough opposition.
Yunosuke Naruhodo.
What? Yes?
This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgotten.
You've become conceited with age, Counsel, but the old still have to stand aside and make way for the new. He's gonna draw his fucking sword? It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. He's gonna cut off his fucking thing on his head. Shink, shink. He's gonna cut off his thing. Yep, there it goes. I knew it. I fucking knew it. Classic. It happens like every Ace Attorney game. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in the history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world, so this must be like 1870s or something. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will bring in new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi. Yes. After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. The mission, ooh. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. There's probably some like super secret case / conspiracy that they're going to go over to do the British Empire to either get science or special techniques, or just because it has to do with them to solve over the next 6 cases. That's usually what happens. Is there's like some grand conspiracy going on. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes? In you, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much looking forward to seeing how you carry that fault onwards. Words. Thank you, Your Excellency. Words, how do you read them? Which may feed into the Doctor's death. Yeah, there's definitely the Doctor's death is going to be related to this other stuff going on. Because otherwise we would have found out the motivation. It's time for the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. Yeah! Yay! We did it! We did it! Everyone's cheering. We did it, guys. This court is now adjourned, and it's literally 2 seconds until 5-hour stream. Cherry Blossom Confetti, that's right. So it took 5 hours to do the case. There you go. We did it. There'll be a little bit here, and then we'll save, and then we'll find someone to raid. Alright. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through the horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Oh, it's her. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Cute. Trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much. If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Yes, of course. This dude. Forgive me for intruding. I love how it has question marks on this scene, because at the time we didn't know her name. Susato Miko Toba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Speaking of Miko Toba. There you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Just want to say, Japanese Judge looks like Giga Chad from the meme. I'm not sure what meme that is. You'll have to enlighten me. And welcome to the stream, though. How's it going, Murloc? Naruhodo. You did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, in his eyes she should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Umeå University, wasn't it? Oh, this thing? Let me click it. Let me see what this Giga Chad. Oh right, this one, this dude. Right. Yeah, I mean the Giga Chad has like a crazy jaw and like stubble, but I guess the judge has got like a bigger beard, but it's kind of in the same shape, isn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikkel Tolder studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably that's when you met Dr. Wilson. Exactly. In those days we worked hard together. We worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides... It's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all of that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Jezebel Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. I'm guessing she's gonna be sent back to Great Britain. She's gonna be extradited to Great Britain. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's gonna face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What the fuck? What? Shanghai? Why not Great Britain? Yeah, I would have thought diplomatic immunity slash... She has... Because, I mean, she did say she was going to meet with the Minister of Justice. And, like, probably... yeah. Spoiler. I don't know. Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. I'm guessing that's her. No, it's this guy. Damn, fuck. Inspector Hosonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who? Who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular consort will hear her case somewhere far away, where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular consort? Court, rather. Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but that doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've played that one, so I'm not going to read it. So Miss Brent can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody. I mean, this is why she had sway with the police, right? That she had to be removed from the scene. Because obviously she's not just some rando. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that a woman will receive the judgment she deserves. She'll probably be involved in more cases later on. Absolutely. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. I feel very like a Holmes and Moriarty coming along. There's definitely going to be some Holmes references coming when we go to Great Britain. Well, I think that's about enough seriousness for now. This event calls for a celebratory drink. But Professor... You're right, this is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. This guy's literally going to die from tuberculosis. In that case, might I suggest Le Carnaval? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. I mean, you're not a waiter anymore. You've solved the case, haven't you? You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? More cases with her. I'm sure she's going to be around a lot. Let's not worry about details for now. To Le Carnaval, will you accompany us, Professor? This guy's cool, but he's literally going to die from tuberculosis. Come on, dude. Go to a doctor already. Of course, Le Carnaval's food is second to none. I shall go and attend the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh, yes, thank you. She's so nice. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Oh, I'm sure we'll find out. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. Ha 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 ha! I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not sure about that. Huh? To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. Oh, really? I couldn't help thinking, but maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I had helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial, but you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh, no, not me. All that tense verbal combat, I'll never go through with that ever again. I just did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in court to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe in what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe, and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in, even then, well, that's not something anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. I mean, my client was myself, so of course I can believe myself. Just take a look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, you face seemingly hopeless situation time and time again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it, through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. Student of the law, let me say, I think the law knowledge is quite important. Yeah, exactly. I'm pretty sure that's really important. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Will you come with me to Great Britain? That's what he's going to say. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Yes, that too. Yeah, I guess we'll find out. Or we'll never find out because our best friend will be killed and that'll be the next case. So, my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mikotoba. Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga. who didn't really play much of a part, but still. Come on, he had all the evidence. If he didn't steal that evidence, we'd be fucked. It was all because of the help and support of these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize, this is where I say, I would never get to find out what happened because something horrible happened next. This is always what happens. Just how much it would change my life. Oh no, that's all that happened. Well, yes, he's gonna say come to Britain. They always do some spoiler like that. Like, little did I realize that that was gonna ruin everything. Save your progress. Yes, let's do it. Alright, done. There we go. So, yeah. So we did... Oh, you can just, like, skip to the things? Episode 1, we're now on episode 2. There you go. So let's return to the title screen, and that'll be the end of the stream. We're a little bit over time, but, you know, needed to finish that episode. So thanks, everyone, for coming along and listening to me trying to learn how to become a lawyer. Let's see who's online, and we can find who we're going to raid here. Who's online right now? You know what? Let me just have a look here. Mute this stream, please. Oh, they've only been going for a little... Oh, wait, this is an ad. This is a fucking ad, goddammit. Alright, we'll wait till this ad's over so I can see... I'm pretty sure they're going to still be live, so... I'll probably raid this person. Okay, I don't know. Maybe not. I'm not sure what they're doing. I don't know, they might be finishing. You know what? We'll raid them anyway, and like... actually, no, No, I think they might be finishing. Okay, let me raid someone else. I'm gonna raid Caleb Horace. He's playing Deus Ex at the moment, so that's a really fun classic game. That's really, really cool. Alright, so thanks everyone for coming along. I really appreciate it. I hope you had a good time. I hope you have a good day or a good night, whatever it is where you are. And if you enjoyed yourself, I'd like to see you here again. I'll probably play more of this. I'm not sure if I'll do it all on stream, because it's kind of takes a lot to speak everything out for 5 hours. But we'll see how it goes. Plus, I might want to play more of it off stream, because I fucking love this game. But yeah, I'll leave you all with Caleb Horace. I hope you have a good rest of your day, a good rest of the night. Have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye.